data in Godot form.
And it defaults it to 0. So all we want to do is on gameplay timer timeout, that's when gameplay ends, we're just going to check if high score is less than times pressed, that's the times pressed in that session, we set the high score to times pressed. Now that won't be very visible yet, so let's go ahead and add a label to our scene that keeps track of the high score. So I'm just going to go add a label, we'll name it high score, drag it up here just to organize it a little bit. I'm going to say high score 0. And we'll make it so that our code sets that dynamically on loading, but for now we've got high score there. Then what we'll do is we'll go here, back into our code, and we'll say set high score text, similar to set press text. I'm just making this non-fancy, really just keeping it clear and nothing, no setters or getters or anything like that. You could use those here, but for us, let's just keep it simple. We'll call high score text. I'm going to change this label to be high score text to match press text. And let's even change that to be label. And then we'll rename them to be label here. Okay, that's feeling better. We'll set it to be high score. Our value there, that's our variable high score. Run the game. It's set to 0 because we don't have a high score. I'm going to press this 2 times and we'll let the timer run out. Great, high score was reached. Perfect. We'll press start game again. High score is still 2. I'm going to press it 5 times. Okay, great. It changed the high score to 5. We know that that's working. That's excellent. That is what we want. So now what we need to do is save that to the file system when that happens. But, well, actually first, let's just do one quick thing. We'll say func ready, and we'll just call our function that we just created, set high score text, and that will set it to be our custom value using our function, and it'll use the defaulted high score. And I think that's just a good thing to do. Like, really quick aside, I like using the 2D scene view with dragging nodes in and laying it out. I view it as a sort of mock-up. It's not what the player will see. It's not necessarily populated with the data that might be loaded from somewhere else, but it lets me see, okay, here's what this would look like with this placeholder text. And then in the code, in the script, we'll actually set it here. And that helps me kind of lay things out, and then I go and implement the dynamic functionality. But anyway, let's go ahead and implement our saving of the high score. And we'll just say if the previous high score, that's what that represents there, is less than the times pressed, we set the new high score. So we'll go ahead and we'll say set new high score. We'll make a function that does what this used to do, because this makes it a little more clear, right? This is going to get a little more complicated, and we're going to want to have this down here so we can easily make use of it. We've got a warning down there. We'll ignore that. So what we want to do is, in the previous screencast, I talked about how you read data from the operating system of the computer. Now we're going to talk about writing data to the operating system of the computer. It uses a very similar API called file access. So you can do file access, .open, and you may have seen in other parts of Godot res://. That's a resource from our game file. But this isn't a resource from our game file. This is a file that our user, aka our player, is updating and creating. And maybe there are different users on the computer, like operating system users. This would save it in a different spot for each of them, so they could have different high scores and still play the game. Also, this needs to be an assignment. Sorry about that. But so this saves it into user space, which is different than resource space in your game. And we're just going to call it highscore.txt. And we need to set the proper permissions, which is going to be file access.write. So now we have a file access saved in a variable called file. All we're going to do then is call file.storeString, and we're going to pass in high score and save that. We get an argument error. It says it should be string, but it is int. So is there some way we can change that? Yes. I know we could do our percent business where we convert it to a string.
STR function, you fool.
Let's see if that does what I think it does. Let's go ahead and test it. Thanks for bearing with me. You know, sometimes I don't know everything. Oh, no, many times I don't know anything. So, you know, we're learning, we're trying things together, and we're experimenting. So I pressed it. High score is set to 8. In theory, this should have written to highscore.txt. And you might be wondering, where is highscore.txt? Well, that varies dependent on your operating system. The Godot docs have a table that explains this. And on Windows, it's in this directory. In macOS, it's in this directory. On Linux, it's in .local share. I'm on macOS right now, and I've actually got this open already. So we can go in and we can see here are all of my different Godot games I've run. And it saves different data there. Here's high score, the project I'm working with right now. And look at that. High score text. And it set it to 8. That's pretty cool. And we could even modify that and change it ourselves. But for now, we'll just keep it there. Let it be. So let's go ahead and play our game again, and we'll press it more than 8 times and set a new high score. Okay, the high score is 14. Let's go back to our finder. It's 14 now, so our high score tracking is working. We're taking data from our game, a variable, we're saving it to disk to then persist, and now we want to go and take it and load that into our high score. So instead of defaulting high score to 0, what we're going to do is we're going to say load high score text. we're going to just call load high score, and we'll make a function called func load high score, and we'll just have it return void and not have it do anything special. That's optional, that type signature, but as always, I keep the type signatures on because I like to keep that there. I'm going to put it near, set new high score, load high score. That's works for me. We're going to set the high score text because I think that's something we still will want to do. And instead of writing the file, we're going to read the file. Much like we did in our other video about reading text from a text file, we're going to just go ahead and do a similar thing. We'll say var file is equal to that, and then we'll set our high score variable in our script to be file dot get as text and skip caret returns. I think we want that to be true, and we'll call to int on it. So that will take our text in our file, it will skip the caret returns and the returns, and it will convert it to an integer. So now, if we go ahead and run our game, because we're calling, let me expand this, sorry about that. Let me expand this, and we'll, because we're calling load high score on ready when this scene runs. That goes ahead and calls our function, and we read it from the disk and load that file. Let's see what we get. High score is set to 14. There we go. Now I'm going to open this in my text editor, and we'll tamper with the save data, and we'll make it some really high number. And now it's that really high number, right? So there's an issue, or is that a bug or a feature, right? Like, maybe you want to make your game in such a way that people can easily edit the save data to change things, right? Because it's a game and it's for fun, and maybe having control over that helps them. But for our case, it's fine for this demo. But what you can do is you can encrypt the data if you want and have a secret key that is used to make it so that this data is obfuscated, but that's beyond the scope of this. Maybe that makes for a good video in the future. But for now, we've got high score working. So if we start our game, we loaded high score 3 from disk. If I press it more than 3 times, we have a new high score of 13. And if I close this buffer over here, or this file, and then reopen it, preview it, now it's set to 13. It's a little small, sorry about that. But there we go, we've got high score tracking and loading working. And at the end, let's just do something funny and say, I'm a string. What happens if we change this to a string and we try to convert it to an int? Let's just see what happens. Oh, Godot's smart, right? Godot knows to safely make that 0 and fail there. So nice job, Godot. That's in GD script. That's really fantastic. Let's just test it again, make sure it works. Okay, new high score of 20. View that from disk. It is set to 20, and there we go. You can take save data, loading and changing, and as far and complicated as you want. It's the sky's the limit there. But the gist of it is that when an action occurs, maybe a save button is pressed, maybe you have autosave. You'll go ahead and you'll open a file and you'll store some data in there. Maybe it's a JSON file, maybe it's a text file, right? Like I've said before. And then when a scene loads or your game loads or a player presses the load button, you'll go ahead and read that file, get the data in some format. Instead of get as text, you might be able to do JSON. There's a way to load JSON into a dictionary, which is beyond the scope of this. But there's ways to have your data in different formats. But you'll take that data, put it in a variable, and then you'll update your state and your UI accordingly. And that, this is a very simple example, but you can see hopefully then how you could take this and just slot it in wherever you need it. And it's not not overly complicated. And you gotta be careful for certain things, like if users can input data or data can get in a funny place, in a funny way. But generally, that is how you read and write data that your players entered. Don't forget about user space, different than res space, right? If we change this to res, let's just do it just to see what happens. Oh, interesting. Attempt to call getAsText in base null instance on a null instance. Ooh, we found a bug actually in the code. Let's fix it. I thought the video was over, but I'm back for an encore. So let's go ahead and actually fix this bug. And we'll say if file exists. Oh, what do we want? That doesn't seem right. Let's see if can we do file access dot file exists. Okay. So if the file exists, then we'll go ahead and set the high score from it. Otherwise, don't do anything. And we already default the value to 0, so it's safe to not have an else here. And we can go ahead and rerun our game. And now that works, so great. We found a bug, and we fixed it. But now let's see what the difference is between user space and res space. And I also just realized something else I want to make better. So now you see in resource, highscore.txt has been set. And this is different than this high score. That's set to 20 and this one's set to 9. And this is in our project files. You don't want to save this in your project files, because every time you distribute your game to players, this high score value would be set already. So as you're playing and testing, it's going to be set, and then that will get included with your builds and then sent out unless you explicitly ignored it, but it's not what you want, right? This is a different location on my computer than this one. You want to use user space for users' data, right? It's kind of implied in the name. So let's go ahead and change res back to user and save that. And I noticed another part of the code I want to make better, and that is this. We should use a constant constant's like a variable, but it doesn't change. And we're gonna call this, and I put them in all caps so that we know it's a constant. It's often called screaming snake case, because Godot uses snake case here where it's underscores and it looks like a snake. But this is called screaming snake case, and we're gonna call this high score file. And we're gonna set this to here. And the reason why you wanna use a constant, and then you can copy that, paste it here, you can also type it out and we'll get the autocomplete. The reason why you want to use a constant here is, let me undo this for a sec, right? You know, strings are so brittle, right? Especially if it's an important one you're referencing over and over again. What if I did that, right? That is never going to return true because we're never writing to that file. Therefore, this code would never get run. And this is, you don't want to repeat strings, especially critical strings like this. You want to put them in a variable or a constant. Ideally a constant, because this isn't changing. Now if it was something that might change, like maybe a user could set where their saved files are located, maybe then it would be a variable. But for our case, we want to go ahead and make it a constant. Now let's run our game, make sure it still works, and we'll make sure it's working in user space. Great, it loaded 20. Let's press it a bunch and we'll break the high score barrier and go past 20, 25. Okay, now we're here. That didn't get set. Great, we'll delete that. Now this high score is set to 25. So, whew, that was a whirlwind. I feel, I'm glad we found the bug. I'm glad that we moved our code into a constant and made it better. And appreciate you learning alongside with me, you know? I'm just doing these off the cuff, so I sometimes forget stuff or whatever, and yeah, that was a good thing to learn and see. All right. into the need to read text or various files from your game's file system, maybe it's a JSON file that configures things or a high score file from your player, let's go ahead and make a really simple demo where I can show you how to do that. We've got a node 2D here. Just call it main. We'll save it as main. I'm in an empty Godot 4 project. We'll add a label. Label is just a place to have some text. And we'll add in the inspector just some placeholder text that should set up our file. So we'll go and click create. I'm going to go ahead and delete the process from greeting.txt so we can see it. So we've got our label text file. That's the read. I don't know the difference between read write and write read. That's kind of funny. But if you wanted to write to a file, you would do .write. If you want to read from it, read. We're just reading, so we'll just set the proper flags there. That returns variable res. Isn't that pretty nice? You can just get everything in the file as a text file. And we'll go ahead and we'll do print debug. Just in our code. You can see we a SQL in your various nodes, maybe you'd attach a script and add it to their ready callback. But for this case, we'll just do it here. And then let's go ahead and we'll just change this. And we'll say, and I'm a new line. Save that, run the game again, and it's there. So that's pretty cool. That's file access. It's pretty simple, but and easy in GD script, which I like. It's really great. It's easy to do. And you get cross-platform loading of those values. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for watching. When you're ready to share your Godot game with the world, you want to create an export for all the various platforms you want your players to be able to play it on. I've got this simple game called High Score Tracker from a previous screencast where you click a button and press it as many times as you can, keeps track of your high score. Pretty basic and simplistic. I want to make it so that this game can be exported and distributed to my friends who are obsessed.
What's up guys? So in this tutorial I'm just going to be going over a really basic system for loading JSON data and storing it into a dictionary for use in your Godot project. Now this tutorial will reflect all the changes in Godot 4.0. There are a couple things which have been updated and changed, but this system will basically cover all of that, so you don't need to worry about anything changing in Godot 4.0. Now for my JSON data, I actually recently started using a program called Gridless. guys, so I do want to mention that this video is not sponsored by the creator of Gridless or anything. This is literally just me talking about this program because it's awesome. Some of you may know I used to use Google Sheets for all my static data management, but Gridless is actually way better for things like items and dialogue systems where you'll need a bunch of data, and it's really easy to just create an interface essentially for creating the data, which is specific to your game project. So I think you can get Gridless on Steam or itch. It is around $20 right now, I think, but I would highly recommend picking it up. If you are not using Gridless, Google Sheets works as well, and I think I do have an outdated tutorial that shows you how to export all of your Google Sheets data into a JSON file, so I'll throw a card up in the video if I remember to do that, but you can just skip through this part and I'll catch you in the next section. But if you do have Gridless, you can just follow along. I'm going to add a few basic things. I remember to do that. But Gridless, Google Sheets works as well, and I think I do have an outdated tutorial that shows you how to export all of your Google Sheets data into a JSON file. Apple, we'll just call it Apple, right, with the uppercase because it's the display name. And then for the description, just fill this in quick. And then the cost could be something like 10, and the max stack. And then we'll add a couple more items here just so we can test it out. Maybe like a crafting table, call it crafting table. Just add a description quick. Cost could be something higher, and max stack of 1. Now there is a bit of a glitch with this program, so when I go to actually export this, the UI is going to be extremely large and I can't rescale it for some reason. So I'm going to turn down the scale of the application really quick. Okay, this should work. So, sorry if you can't see this, I'll go over to the export tab at the top and I'll click export as. And you can see the options on the right hand side. I mean, you might not be able to see those, but I'll try to zoom in here. We're going to export it as a dictionary.
Bro, I've been streaming for like half an hour. I didn't even notice. Holy macro. I don't like the way it always changes my default display. It's because the monitors, when they boot up, they start at default times, right? So like they don't always boot up in the same sequence. Let me show you some of the progress I made on my game. Where are you at? So now, what did I add? Oh, I set up the, I set it up so you start with only the default gun, right? And now it's upgradable. Where before you started with the laser sword thing. So now you can upgrade the gun. Before I was doing 1 damage, you can see 1 down here. Maybe you can't see it, it's off the screen. I gotta fix this so it's not like breaking the container, but here you can see now my damage is 2. Like my ultimate goal with this game was to have and then if I get so like I'm kind of OP now. Oh, I also added since the last time you saw it, I think I added the damage screen, which you'll see when I get hit, it turns red. Some of the things that I need to add soon, what I'm working on right now is the database. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it. A lot of the tutorials say how to do it with a text file, but I gotta do it, so I'm trying to figure out how to do it locally with a JSON file, because I don't know how to use Godot. I know how to use JSON, but I just have to figure out how Godot manages it and the methods and all that stuff. So now I upgraded again. You see I have 3. This is an enormous amount of damage. Like, it's kind of OP. I gotta figure it out. Like, I don't even need the other weapons. Right now it's set up so that I get this upgrade every time. It has a high drop rate. And that's fine. So now, like, ridiculous. My damage is too high. See, I'm hitting 9 per... See, I'm too strong. Oh, still dying though. For being so strong. Yeah, there's too many missiles. I don't really mind it from a gameplay perspective, but when you have like 1,000 missiles on the screen, it'll start lagging. It's just not optimized, so that's an issue. I'm like OP with this. So like this, it's looking like this is gonna be like the most desirable upgrade. I'm almost at the point now where I can one-shot. I'm not sure how I'm gonna make the mechanic for like escalating the game. Like, part of me wants to make it so that the objects just move faster as you get further, right? Like, that sounds like it'd be pretty fun. And that would also just be like increased difficulty, kind of like Tetris, you know? And also, like, at this point, you don't really get levels up very quickly. Biz actually made some more art last night, and he was really good. Like, I'm pretty excited to implement it all. One thing that Biz is just better than me when it comes to pixel art, is he's very consistent in his style, which gives it that high quality. I'm not as good at being consistent in style. I'm more just like pump it out as fast as I can. But I think the pixel art style, having this consistent style, makes the game a lot better. I'm still gonna add like a ton of shaders and stuff. That you can turn or turn off in the options. That's another thing I gotta do. But I feel like I'm gonna be able to get everything going. The only thing I don't like know how to do right now is I don't know how to set up the JSON with authentication and save the scores on the internet. And also the way you set it up to save your high scores on the web, which is where this game will be played, is different in Godot. I don't know, maybe you can tell me if it's different for Unity. So like, if I were to, basically the way, so now, okay, by the way, so if I go to restart here, and I go to leaderboard, you can see my recent scores there now. So I just implemented that last night too. Right now this is just on game data, so if I actually turn off the game, for example, and restart it, it will no longer be there. See, so I'm not actually saving to an external file at this point, it's just saving into the live game data. But yeah, I'm just looking at how to do it, you know. Trying to figure out how I wanna do everything. What about just save data in general? How does it set up the file structure? Is it... You might not know for web because you haven't... I mean, I don't know what you've done, but maybe you haven't done a web. Usually, there's like different settings for like HTML5 save settings than there are for local, like if the game is installed on your computer. Usually for that, there's like an app data file somewhere, depending on whether you're on Mac or Windows, that stores application data somewhere. But it's usually different for HTML5s. It has to like go in the browser info somewhere, so it's like weird. So that's like something I gotta figure out. I could use it with the app data right now, but this game, as it stands, I have no intention of releasing it on a desktop client. Like, that's actually not what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do pure web. That was always my goal. Which also gives me limitations on the amount of missiles I can have. Like, if it was a desktop client, for example, I'd get a lot more access to the user's RAM, but usually browsers have limiters on how much RAM they can run, so that's probably, and tell me if you have a different opinion, but I feel like that's probably the most performance limited thing in an HTML5 game is the person's browser settings. Buying a package for my Unity game? Yeah. Yeah. There are more built-in integrations. Like Godot there's a service called Silent Wolf that is similar to what you're talking about, and it works. I know people who've used it on Twitch and stuff, and I've seen it work. The thing is with me is once you get into the realm of like account management and creation, that's more like web developer stuff, and I know how to do all that. You know what I mean? The thing that I have to learn is, so it's almost like it's easier for me if everything's just stored on a JSON file on like Firestore or something in a way, because I know how to manage that. Yeah, HTML I thought offered more performance enhancements, but I haven't worked with HTML5. Well, by HTML5, I'm just saying a browser export. That's really what I mean. I don't mean the actual code. I don't mean like an actual game coded in HTML5. HTML5 can have access to GPU. It cannot. It depends on the browser and the settings. If you write the game from scratch, you're much more likely to have access to. Currently, with the current version of Godot, you don't have access to the GPU. I don't know if it's the same for Unity. Also, Godot also doesn't have a Macintosh compatible web client. The team has stated that is on the board. Like that's something they're going to get done. They had it, I believe, and I could be wrong about this. I believe they had it for the 3.x, but for 4.x, it's not yet integrated. They're saying it's a hope for 4.11. But it does work on Windows and Linux for web. So Macintosh users are gonna just be screwed. The iOS and Android exports work pretty good for Godot right now. So, you know, obviously they catered to what would be like the smallest group of people, which is web-based Mac players. Like I can do a Mac export for like a desktop client export from Mac, and that works pretty good. I tried it, but the running an HTML5 game in Mac does not work. But that's a really small group of people. I primarily intend for this game to be a mobile game that you can also play in browser. I don't ever really want to make it like a desktop client game. So And the file size reflects that. Like, the style of the game is very much small file size. Like, the entire game is never going to be above like 50 megs, if I can help it. The sound might push it a little bit ahead of that, but with streaming audio and stuff, it's not too big of a deal. But as far as like assets that aren't sound, I'm going to probably keep it under 100 megs across the board. And that's why I'm using like this pixel art look with rotated sprites, you know, as opposed to having sprites that can actually turn, you know, where you can see different sides like in a typical top-down view. Having this thing where you just spin the image, that is optimal for storage optimization, for storage size optimization. And that's kind of the idea, right? So everything is just a really low resolution image, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this game. So it's like a web compatible game. The reason why I kind of am passionate about that is because I know a lot of my students play web games a lot, and I want it to be accessible to like anybody, you know. That way I can kind of build up an audience. At least that's the thought. I mean, you'll see how it goes, you know. Maybe it's not the right choice, maybe it is. But one of the cool things is, as we both make games, Monkey King, is we can Hernandez, we can try and we'll see whose ideas work and whose don't, you know. And maybe it's a dumb idea and it's not gonna work, but we'll see. But at least I know what I want to do, you know. Like with this game, my plan is to release like a free survival version, and then I want to do like a story mode and a multiplayer mode, like and like, you know, it'll be like an in-game transaction where you can unlock more content for like $1 or whatever, you know, and then you can play it cross-platform, which is another reason why I'm not using Silent Wolf and I'm gonna use the Google Fire Store, is because that gives me more control over like there's a lot more options there transaction wise. And also Silent Wolf doesn't have like the mobile ID stuff where you can like have your phone automatically form an ID and it saves just by installing the game, because the way it works through the Play Store and iOS, and I'm sure you know this, and I don't know if I'm articulating it correctly, but the result is the same. There's basically like a device ID that is assigned to you when you sign up on the Google Play Store or the iOS Apple Store, and then it keeps track. You can keep track of your account data in there temporarily until they sign up for an account, right? And then later they can carry that over to like their Facebook login or Google, or they can create an email. The reason why I'm attracted to Firebase the most is because it will very easily implement. I can very easily connect it to like Google or Facebook or even GitHub. GitHub doesn't really work on web, but still, like, you can do synced accounts. GitHub, I can do that through mobile, you know, or whatever. And those are all supported by Godot as well, the three that I just mentioned, and Twitter. I'd probably just do Google to start, but still, that's really great. And then in addition to that, like using Firebase as opposed to Silent Wolf, which is the out-of-the-box solution, I have the option of implementing like in-game transactions through Firebase. It's like already kind of set up for that. So, and I do want this game to be like a microtransaction. I don't want it to be like, you know, pay money to win, but it's not going to be pay to win, but it'll be like pay to unlock more content. Yeah, Firebase is not agreeing with Facebook. Yeah. I wouldn't use Facebook anyway. But yeah, I might use GitHub, but the golden goose I'm after is the Google authentication logins. And then also the device ID. My mom's just messaging me. It also sets us back a bit. Yeah. He's changing our art style to be more traditional Japanese. So exciting. Yeah, that sounds very cool. I think that's cool. In some ways, that game you're making, the one underwater, it has some similarities to my Survivor game, although not a lot. But I would say the mechanics of swimming around are similar to flying around in the spaceship. Let me look at my Google to-do list. But yeah, I was pretty stoked. Biz told me he wasn't going to be able to do much more art, but he was working on it last night, which I was like, wow, that's great. He didn't send me the art yet, that stinker, but I'm surprised he wants to even do it, to be honest with you. He's so overburdened with like so many projects. The thing that's cool about this project though is it's very much like, I think people are confident that are working, like Biz is confident that I'll finish it and I'll finish it soon. You know what I mean? And I think that's very satisfying as an artist, even though I don't have any financial compensation to offer him. I mean, if we ever do monetize it and I'm using his art, I'll give him like a rev share, but that's not even worth talking about because it's like the chance is so slim, you know? At the same time, you don't want to get ahead of, you don't want to like go into it not understanding. But I basically told him and the musician, I'll give you guys like, we'll just figure out like roughly how many hours we put in and you guys will get like a percentage of based on that for some of the initial funds. I don't know. That's something to figure out too if I actually am able to get some revenue. At first, I think all of the money I get from it I'm going to put back into it. Like I'll pay for the iOS fee or I'll pay for our marketing it. Like I'll use some of the money if I make money to fund like convention marketing and stuff like that. So I guess right now I'm kind of just trying to figure out how to I gotta answer an email real quick and then I'll get back to this, but I'm just figuring out how to set up the JSON file. Like that's kind of the Okay.
The colors really don't matter
This
since
guy doesn't really tell me what I need to know. He's just telling me how to use this app.
is created as static static data.gd, and we need to make sure we preload
Here we go. This is the stuff I want.
So go up into the project settings, go to auto load, and select the static data. Click add, make sure it's enabled, and we're going to close out of this. So right off the bat, we can go into this script, and first thing we need to add at the top is our actual item data. So we'll want to make a new variable called item data, and we'll set this equal to a new dictionary, just an empty one. So this will essentially be the variable which is stored.
Before I forget, I'm gonna turn off the have it set up so that the so you can see here I have the drop chance for upgrade bullet damage super high. I'm just gonna turn it down to 10. Right now they all have a even scale except for speed, which I think is fine, because speed, it's not so much you want to limit them from getting speed because speed's OP, it's just that speed is a very limited amount of maximum upgrades, so it makes sense for it to be lower because you want to spread out those upgrades over a longer period to make the game feel more sustainable. Yeah, I think for the rest of the stream, I'm probably just going to be watching videos and seeing how people do it.
In this singleton, which any object can access to get any static data that we have stored to it. So if you're trying to load like an item, cost...
So I did something like this. He has a static data. I have, I don't call it static data, I call it score or something. What did I call it? Score data. And then I have a current score, and then I have a leaderboard in here, but it doesn't access it. I'm just at work doing my thing. Yeah, some of the stuff that I'm talking about here it's cross-platform, like it's cross-engine. You know, this is not all Godot only stuff. Managing your data. It's really actually good that I'm kind of touching up on some of this stuff because I really do want to do some login features for Familia. That's like something I'm like dying to do, but it's a little bit easier in Godot just because there's like more info out there. But I feel like with what I'm learning in Godot, I'll be able to more easily transition into saving game data. I want to make leaderboards for two things in Familia, even if they're broken and people hack them. I don't care. I want to make speed run time, right? And then I also want to do total experience acquired. And I'm also going to make a mode for just playing the randomizer. So I'm going to make Familia like story mode is like a side thing, but I'm going to focus more on the core loop of the game being the randomizer that I'm kind of been working on. And to me, that sounds like more fun. And then I can do seasonal content based on the randomizer. And then people can play through the story with their characters that they built up if they want, you know. And then you can go back to playing the randomizer some more. Kind of like Diablo 3. It's going to be built in such a way where you never have to play the story if you don't want to. So it'll be somewhat more like a roguelike with a story mode in it, because the story mode's already there. I'm not going to do anything with it. And eventually, if the game ever does become more popular, I can do additional story mode. I'm totally happy to do that, but the randomizer setup in the game is, I think, more interesting. So I want people to just get into that right away and start playing. And I feel like that's more expandable and monetizable.
Description? Are you trying to...
Familia is like so different than I ever envisioned it to be initially. It's like a mess, but I love that game, you know?
display anything, you would call static data for the singleton dot item data to get the variable.
So this is an array, right? Wait, did he say? Is it an array or a
which is
dict?
stored in this
Dictionary.
singleton, which any object can access to get any. So right off the bat, we can go into this script, and first thing we need to add at the top is our actual item data. So we'll make a new variable called item data, and we'll set this equal to a new dictionary.
Okay, so it's a dictionary.
So
because
this will
brackets.
essentially be the variable which is stored in this singleton, which any object can
That's how you know it's a
access
dictionary.
to get any static data.
Because if it was an
we have
array, it would
stored
be
to
in
it. So if you're trying to
something
load like an
else.
item,
The braces?
cost, or description, or you're trying to display
like that?
anything, you would call static data for the singleton dot item data to get the variable, and then you can get anything inside of the dictionary here. So I just find that pretty convenient, and then we can actually make a function to load a file and then return the result, which can then be stored to this. Next up, we need to actually provide the path to the JSON file here. So we're going to make a new variable. This will be called data file path, and we will set it equal to a new string. You can actually just go into the file explorer, right-click the file.
Oh, I like this. So his setup is his data is in the directory of the game. That is more attractive to me than the application data folders.
Copy path and then just paste it right here, and then we'll select it all and put it into a string format. So now we can create the function to load the file. So this will be called function load JSON file, and it will require a file path,
And this will load on the startup.
And inside of here, the first thing we need to do is check if the file exists, so that we know if we should attempt to load it
Oh,
or
this
not.
tutorial is
So
turning
we'll
out to
say
be good
if
stuff,
file
bro.
access, and the file access class is essentially the object which you can use to open or save any files in Godot. So we need to use this class to call the method file exists, and then we will pass in the file path here.
This
and
is
will
money.
obviously return true if the file exists. We'll pass for now, but down here we'll say else, which means the file does not exist. We'll print a
I wish he
quick
would have
error.
showed a little bit more about how like I want to see his JSON file. Does he have a sample one? I want to see how he formats it. Because he uses that other program to handle it. Whatever.
Which will be file.
Maybe he'll show it
doesn't
later.
exist.
I'm
Now,
pretty
right
sure
up
it'll
here,
just
we
load the
first
data
need to
in.
open the data file. So we'll write a new variable called data file, and we'll set this equal to file access again. And this time we'll write .open, and we'll open the file on the file path with file access .read. So now we'll be reading this file.
Bro, this
Now,
is
with
so money.
file, we
I love
can
this
actually
video.
add a new
It's funny 'cause the
variable,
first half
which
I
is
don't care
going to
about.
be the parsed result of the file. So this will be called parsed results, and it'll be equal to JSON for the JSON class dot parse string.
I should be familiar with JSON. Yeah, I'm familiar enough. I was just wondering how his specific, if he did any specific formatting. Like, I'm curious how he set up his hierarchy, because he uses an application to manage his JSON files, and I just want to see. We'll get a better idea based on what he does with his methods here. What the how he sets up his JSON. It's not so much that I don't know how to set up a JSON file. I like seeing how other people do it and how they structure their information. Like, one thing I'm kind of learning, especially after working with RPG Maker for so long, is that the way you structure your project is like one of the most important things in just software development in general. And the way you assign like different tasks to different parts of your application in a way that is expandable and easily understandable and all that. I'm not good at this. What I'm describing, I'm not good at that, but I'm trying to be. So I like seeing how he structures the information in his JSON file. It's not that I don't know how to make a JSON file, but yes, I know how to use JSON more so, not even because of RPG Maker, just from being a web developer and managing databases and crap. So yeah.
And inside of here, we just need to pass in the data file dot get as text. Now, this will store the parsed file in a text format to this variable, and all we have to do then is return it. But first off, I do want to check if it is the right format. So we'll say if the parsed result is a dictionary, then we will return the parsed result, and then we can say else we'll print another error, and this will be error reading file, and it will basically be printed if the file
This code is good. I'm gonna just
parsed
pretty much copy
correctly, or
this
if it's a
word
different
for word.
format. So now, when we return this parsed result, that'll be the dictionary that will be assigned.
To be honest, now that I'm thinking about it, like I've actually never manipulated the RPG Maker JSON file ever. The only time I've ever done it was like if I needed to test like a specific thing, like I'll edit a save so I was like super strong or something like that, you know? Like I don't... Those JSON files are gnarly too, RPG Maker ones, because they have so much shit even if you don't use all of the data storage. Like they're just insane. So I know what they look like. I've opened them up, and I know what they look like, and I know how they kind of work. But with the variables and the switches and the items and the enemies and everything, it's just like they're nuts, dude.
To
Those JSON files that RPG Maker makes are burly. Like, I don't really want to manage them in a text format. That sounds... Yeah. It could be much more efficient, yeah. They're also just too big. Like, they're not made in a way that is spatially optimized, like, at all. So, yeah.
this item data variable. So normally you want to...
That's why, like, I'm going to create a thing where you can save data on them, but I'm not going to make it so you can save your game on them. You're going to keep saving your game on your computer where you use your own damn hard drive space. I don't want to pay for people to use it. Like, some of those save files are like 100 megs and it's like a text file. I don't know. So it's something crazy like that. It's stupid, right? So it's like, you know, I'm not going to pay for server hosting for like, even if like 30 people play, which is not, for my level of like establishment, that's not unthinkable. Like, that's going to overwhelm my whole, it's going to push me into like a premium plan already, you know, off the free tier. So forget that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how big they are in MZ. They might be smaller now, but they're not really designed to be uploaded on the internet and saved. They're designed to be local.
Do this upon runtime. So inside of this,
I think too, I might have some plugins that like save images or something. I don't know.
singleton, we can actually just call the ready function, and then inside of here, the first thing we want to do is set the item data equal to load JSON file, and then we just pass in this data file path, and that is all we need for the system. So if you go ahead,
It's interesting. The thing I think I'd do differently, just off of looking at this, is I would make it so if the file doesn't exist, you create the damn file. So that would be the only thing. I mean, I guess you can just have the file in there already, and it have to be part of the install. Yeah, this is fine.
ahead and run the game, everything should load correctly, and if you go into the remotes tab up here, select the static data singleton, you can see inside of the properties that there is an item data variable, which is a dictionary, and inside of here we have all of
look
our
at all.
item
You can
data.
just look at the
So
data
very
like
basic
that.
again. There were a few things that have changed since the previous version of Godot that I just wanted to mention, so this is kind of just an updated tutorial going over this. Also,
I'm a little... I don't know if RPG Maker saves it as dictionary. I kind of don't really know that term too well. I'm assuming it does, because that's what he's using here. But I've never really honestly even heard of dictionary until recently, so...
I guess I'll add this part quick, but
I always thought it was just a bunch of arrays inside of arrays or whatever.
if you don't know how to actually access this data, just keep in mind it's literally just a dictionary. So on this world node, we could add a new
Show me
script,
your dictionary.
and let's say when we
Show
started
me your
the game,
dictionary.
we wanted to print a
Fricker.
specific property of an item. Really easy. Just call the ready function. If you'd want to access an item property, you just need to grab the static data singleton, which is available
Dude, this
to
is
all
super
the
good.
nodes since it's a singleton.
But I want him to show me his
Protocol,
dictionary.
Static data. Dot,
Show me your
item data, and then inside of here,
Dictionary.
we just need to get the specific item we're looking for, which in this case would be apple. And then we could get another key, which would be, let's say, the description, and we could just print this, right? Okay, so this was a typo here. Apparently, it exported the description key with a capital D, which.
Why would you do that? Yeah, key value objects, yeah.
Is not ideal.
I mean, honestly, don't judge me too hard, but I just didn't realize there was a difference. I just thought a dictionary for the longest time was like a different kind of array that has like a key. And that's partially because I've always worked like kind of solo, and I've like used dictionaries, but I didn't even I'm like outing myself as a fake nerd right now.
I forgot to convert.
But I really just thought they were like a different kind of array. I didn't realize they were like their own thing. And this is like a belief I held for like more than a decade, easily, like a decade and a half.
Lowercase, but this will access the.
I literally just learned what a dictionary is like this month.
Apple's description and.
I'm finally becoming a real programmer. Like I've used dictionaries, I just didn't know. I've explained it already. I didn't know that they were like a different thing. I thought it was just like how you do arrays when you're like making an online database.
Print the value, which you can see down here.
Are you giving hype because I'm taking my clothes off?
Red fruit.
Something worth to decide about.
To get your item data, or really anything if you're doing like dialogue.
Bro, it's just me and you in here. Because I'm one of the viewers and you're one and I have two. Yeah, it's what time is it? It's like 8:30, so it's starting to get warm. I don't need that jacket anymore. It was cold last night. I don't have like any insulation in my house, and for some reason it broke under 60, which for me is like freezing, like inside, you know. I woke up a little bit early. You can tell I'm kind of sniffly. Because I was too cold last night when I was sleeping.
Or like a resource for a loot table.
I sleep really heavy. Like, once I fall asleep, it doesn't matter if you like cover me in snow. I'm like not gonna wake up.
Or drop rates or anything. You can.
I've never been an insomniac. I've always slept really well. The only times I don't sleep is when I'm seeing a woman. Then I'm usually, when I have a girlfriend, I lose sleep.
Really easily import this, and it's pretty straightforward to use it. So just thought I'd throw this video out here just as a quick tutorial for this kind of thing, since this is really helpful.
Oh wait, show me your JSON
now, also,
file.
I do want to mention that you should not use this system.
Hey, what's up, Rag?
Specifically JSON files for any save data, because it's just not really efficient in the Godot case. So I'll hopefully get around to a tutorial on custom resources for save data soon, but I just wouldn't recommend using JSON files for save data, since there's a better way to do it in Godot. Anyway, that's it for this tutorial. If you enjoyed the video...
What does he mean? Would you consider... Hey Rag, did I say hi to you? I don't remember, I'm losing my mind. So this is the one I just watched. So now there's 3 of us in here. So
What's up,
watch
guys?
what he
So in
says
this
to do for save
tutorial, I'm going
files.
to be going over how custom resources work.
This will be good background info.
Godot 4.0 tutorial.
This guy's
so
good.
if
I got
you're
a sub
using
to him.
a previous version of Godot,
I am subbed,
some of
okay.
these methods might not work as intended.
Bro, my game is coming along, Rag. Check it out, bro. I'll play it a little bit. Right now, what I'm trying to figure out how to do... So I have like a leaderboard that doesn't really work if you reset it, but I'm working on that right now. That's what I'm going to fix next. And I took off the sword ability. So now you can shoot these guys. And also the gun is upgradable now. So now you can increase your gun's damage. I will add increased... Oh, there's my upgrade. so I can get this attack now. Let's do the nipple shot first. That's the spinning thing. Probably gonna clean up that animation too eventually. Make it a little cooler. This is gonna make another sprite for me, he said. Oh shit. I just got jacked. I'll get the additional nipple shot. Oh shit. This gun is hard because you have to stay close to them. It's like, you want to go next to the wall, but you don't want to go too close, because then stuff can come from behind you, and you can't dodge it. Can I get that? No, I can't. See? Blew it. Oh no! Blunderbuss damage, that's what I want. That's the good one. See how much quicker they're dying now? I'll do the cutlass attack. Nipple shot damage. Actually, that was a bad choice. I should have got the speed. Blunderbuss damage. Grab it all. Solar sails. Blunderbuss damage. Blunderbuss damage. Cutlass damage. Nipple shot damage. God, this game is hard, dude. Solar sails. Blunderbuss damage. Blunderbuss damage. Blunderbuss damage. I'm gonna die. The spawn rate is getting crazy. Nipple shot. Oh my god. gosh, am I gonna make it at 5 minutes? Nibble shot. You can get 5 nibble shots. And then it caps you out. I'm getting like no upgrades, despite getting like tons of experience. Whoa. I have like an insane... Oh, that's interesting. Only one choice. That's weird. That's like broken. That's a bug. Something is broken there. I gotta figure that out. It should have 2 choices always. I run it all through like a loop, and it checks to see if it has 2, and then for some reason something is not looping correctly. Also, one of the interesting things with the nipple shot damage is they can only take so much damage per second. I think it's 0.5 seconds they can be damaged by the nipple shot every 0.5 seconds. So like, if you have like a big bunch of these and like 3 of them hit them like at once, it doesn't do anything. Which makes the, which is a bit of nerf to it. Yeah, there's a bug. This is a bug. Although it's freaking strong, though. Like, the nipple shot at this point is, like, so OP. It's like a never-ending force field. Okay, I died. So now if you go to restart and you go to the leaderboard, it's there, right? The score I just got. And this is going to be online. There'll be a login here where you can like click login, and you'll be able to save your score online with your username. That's the whole point. Ran out of nipples? Yeah, you can get 5 nipple shots. That's what they were called in the pirate days. Yeah. I actually do plan on adding a heal that will drop. Super low percentage chance, probably like 1 out of 1,000 or something. But that's not really that much because you kill 1,000 people pretty frequently. But come into your area. Yeah, that's a possibility. As of right now, to me, I don't think that's like the MVP. Like, that's not what I need for my MVP, but I do think that that's a good idea. It's a little tricky because, like, from a logic standpoint, to make it so that the stuff doesn't go in a specific area, right, it's kind of weird. What I could do alternatively that would work well is I could make the drops always move towards the player at a very slow rate. And that could be fun. Or if they're like in a tile, they move towards the player. So I could make that area like a collision area, and I could say if the thing is there, move toward the player, right? But once it gets out of it, it moves out of the player. Actually, the logic for that is not that hard. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I just need to set like a collision box, or a few of them, like 4 of them for each corner, and then I would say if it's in this collision, move toward the player. That actually, I'm gonna add that to my list. That's a good idea. The difference with this game versus others is with other Survivor games, most Survivor games, enemies don't come from the they don't move through the walls. But since it's like missiles and flying objects, I think it makes sense for this one. So, but then you get the problem of them dropping stuff outside of the walls. But I could fix that. That is actually probably a pretty high priority. And so yeah, killing the missiles doesn't give you score right now. I might change that. Right now it's just the score is being tracked by your experience. So I have a number, so I'm just going to keep using that for now. It's very simple, but, you know, it works. I could do, like, kill or time bonuses, which might be an unnecessary implementation, but still, that I wouldn't say that that's... I want to keep a very strong eye on the minimum viable product, you know? So, and just keep the scope as low as possible. So as far as the core mechanics that I wanted when I started, I don't want to keep pivoting too much. Like, I think pivots are good in business and all that, but I want to set out to do the thing I wanted to do in somewhat of the schedule that I wanted to do it in, and then I'll talk about, you know, changing all that crap. But I'm going to take a quick break. I got to use the bathroom. Let me play the music, show you my away screen, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back, and I'm back in business. Hey, some clouds.
But let's just get right into it. So, if you don't know what a custom resource is, it's essentially just a component or a file which has certain data which can be used at runtime by the game engine. For an example, let's say we had a new scene up here and we added a sprite. If you look in the inspector on the right hand side, you'll see that the sprite requires a texture. Now, this texture object that we are supposed to load in here is actually a resource, right? Typically you would use like an image texture, so this could be like a PNG or a JPEG or whatever, but it will use that image texture, which is a resource. Now you can see you can also create different kinds of resources, like you can make a curve texture.
You know, really, the way I structured this is wrong. I'll leave it for now, but the score should really be in the resources folder. And then I can keep the JSON folder in there too. Do I have any JSON stuff in here already? I don't think I do. No. Let's just move it and see if it breaks stuff. So it did break some stuff. That's okay. I'll fix it. The places where it would be is game events, score data. Okay, it's not there. Close this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Leave the player open. We're gonna go to experience bar, right? And this goes to score data.current score. Oh, it's the project settings for auto load. That's gonna be what it is. So the score is no longer here, right? So I just have to re-add it. And let's just go find it. It's up, resources, score, score data. Add. There we go. That should fix it. Let's test it out real quick. Still broken? Okay, what's wrong now? Tile on leaderboard cannot open. Okay, so in that scene, let's check it out. Scene, score scene, or leaderboard scene. Yeah, okay, so it's scene, this is wrong. You know, maybe I should set it up in different scenes. Like, I could put the score, the information in the score here. Kind of confusing though to have two scores. I could make a leaderboard scene here. Because the leaderboard is separate than the score data. Having the score in the resources makes sense. So I'm gonna do that. We're gonna make a new folder here, and then I'm gonna have a leaderboard scene. Right, and then I can move this leaderboard info into the scene, and I still load. That makes sense. So let's try see if that works. Okay, what's going on here? Leaderboard, scene.score. Oh, so I have to change the link on the main. Go to 2D. We'll go to title screen. This one here, the leaderboard link, is going to the wrong place. So this is no longer scene.score, it's scene leaderboard. Not leaderboard. Okay, that's a better way to structure it. Let's make sure this works. Okay, now let's test to see if the game data saves at all based on my restructuring. See, now I can put a JSON file in the score data, and that makes more sense, right? Because I have resources, because it's a resource. I shouldn't be storing resources in the scenes, and I shouldn't be storing scenes in the resources. Gotta open stream avatars too, by the way. Okay, so go to restart. Leaderboard. Okay, and everything's working. It saved the score. Great. Okay. So, on this guy, the score data, I think I'm just gonna start putting together the JSON file already. I don't even give a crap. We're gonna go for it. I gotta start somewhere. Like, I gotta just do it and kind of stumble along the way. So, I can just straight up copy his code. So let me just pull up his video. So var current score. Okay, so I'll leave this for now, but we're gonna do var data file path equals, and then mine's a little different. It's res slash resource. Can you create JSON files right in here? That'd be cool. Oh, you can! You can! So I'll do a score data. Oh, so easy. So I copy file path. I can just paste it here. Beautiful. Cool, now I'm using a default, now I'm using a local file path. Bro, I'm so pro at this. Okay, so let's do func. Man, this is exciting. Isn't this exciting? It's like I feel like it's like my first kiss. Trash the game and start over. Oh, I didn't read that. I'm glad I didn't. It's so negative. Would have totally killed my vibe. JSON file data file path. Okay, item data. So I'm not actually gonna do this. I'm gonna do score data. That's what we're gonna call mine. Why is that coming up? Score data not declared. Oh, I didn't declare it. Okay, we'll do that here. We'll do var score data equals prop, like that. Just so we have it. Load JSON file data file path. This code is right.
Or you learn something new.
Why are you saying my code is not right? Score data is here. Load JSON file. Oh, it's a function. My freaking dumb ass. What am I doing? Okay, so func load JSON file. File path string. If file access bro, it's a JSON file. Bro, I don't type things correctly the first time. I don't know who you think this is. I'm not looking at my screen, okay? I'm copying. I'm copying this YouTuber's code and trying to pass it as my own. You know, normal programmer stuff. I used to have imposter syndrome, and then I realized if you're not an imposter, you're not a good programmer, right? Like, you have to. All good programmers are good imposters. Like, it's not like you have an original thought. That's not like what you're doing. That's not what this is. Yeah, fake it till you make it. But the thing is you don't really ever really make it. You just always are faking it. You're just the best at it. It's not like you have original code. Every idea, that's fundamentally how programming works. Data file, get. If parsed result is dictionary, return parsed result. Else print error. You gotta make the code your own when you steal it. Else print file not flippin' there. Okay. Change that back to JSON. Okay, so score data. I'm gonna have to amend. So let me look at the place where this comes from. I currently am running it from the experience bar, which is kind of a hobo way to do it, but it's fine. Score data current score equals score, and then I'm gonna do. How do you append to dictionary in Godot 4? Var children equals children. Do something filtering the children's list. So I just append. I don't have a key with this setup, so I'll do. score data dot, what did I call it? Oh, I called it score data. So score data dot score data. Pascal case here. Score data dot score data. And then it's like append. This actually might be better served to be an array. So I want to add I don't know how to append to a dictionary. Godot for append to dictionary. Add value to dictionary. Okay. Append item. So the code is like this. It's item and then key. Can you have multiple keys that are the same? For now, I'm just gonna do like for now, I'm just gonna do score. I have to convert this to a string, right? Which is pretty easy to do in Godot. So I'm just going to call this key. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. So that they all have unique values for now. Stack. What does the 1 do? What is that 1 doing? I'm just gonna remove the stack since I don't know what it does. I think it's just you can have multiple values. So we're gonna try and die, and then I'm gonna go look at my JSON file. Okay. So here's my blank JSON file. We're gonna get a score. I'm gonna see if it saves it. Oh shit. It broke. It failed at getting that JSON file. Failure. Why can't you get that JSON file like you're supposed to? For one, this is very unoptimized, but it should still work. So this is where it broke. Give me an output error. Okay, so it gave me this error here, which means the parse result is dictionary. So my JSON file didn't have a dictionary in it. That's the issue. If parse result is dictionary, let me look at that tutorial again because I need to see what his JSON file freaking looks like.
Stored into a dictionary as static, and then we will click export. I'm just going to choose a folder quick. I'm going to throw this in this projects folder, and we're actually going to make a new folder in here called data inside of our project. We're going to save it as static data.json, and you can see it got exported. Now that that's exported, this is where we can actually go into our Godot project and get everything imported and stored into a dictionary for use in game. So inside of Godot, the first thing we got to do is create a new folder in here. We're just going to add a singletons folder, and inside
I like using this. Using what? What you talking about? No confusing messages in chat, please. JSON viewer. Oh, you're helping me. I don't know what the file's supposed to look like. That's my problem. Like, I don't know how to format the JSON file. But thank you. I will keep this. I will bookmark this. Oh, okay, let me try to look at it again. So I'm gonna do well, I need to just create like some base JSON data. I don't even know how to like set up. So it's looking like there's this data file in here, right? File path, file access, read. Where it broke was right here. JSON parse string data file get as text. So I have to put this in there. Think of it as an object key and properties values. Do I just do like a... I don't know. Maybe I should just look up how to make a basic JSON file. I feel kind of embarrassed I don't know this. Oh, they say to use this code. Say. Oh, thank you. An example. Great, thank you. XML. I know how to use those. So, glossary. This is actually the other one. Actually, I like better, simpler. So I can just pop this and edit it into the engine itself. Copy that into the viewer. Yeah. Score data.json here, and then I can make this. So in my game events or in my leaderboard. Or my, where is it? Title screen. I'm like missing something. Oh, score data dot. Okay, so here, the data file. I don't know, let's try run it now, see if it breaks. Probably will, but I'm okay with that. So it still crashes. Now it's crashing in a different place though, which is good. Now the issue is the score data append key. What did it say was the error? Oh, I should have read it, damn it, before I closed it. Non-existent function append in base dictionary. What? Facebook, I'm not going there. No Facebook. Anything JSON files in here. talking to my friend in case you guys are wondering, asking him for help. Code Mora. Seems so easy. Let's see if it works. is a future problem. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna do a quick shower, maybe go for a walk. It'll be like 15 minutes. I'm just kind of, my brain is hurting, so I need to take a little bit of a break. I've learned a lot, and I'm getting there, but I need to take some time to kind of process some of this information. Haven't really done this with JSON, and I'm making a lot of progress, but I need to take a quick break. So I'll probably do some exercise too. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry, I've just been like kind of talking to my friend. I'm trying to figure out how to do JSON in Godot, and yeah. Okay, so let's change the view. Okay, I'm back. Dang, it's hot. I guess because I just went for a walk. Let me change the view. Anti-Bastion, hey, what's up? How's it going? Just kind of trying to figure out JSON. It's been a bit of a thing. Excuse me for the sneeze. I'm developing a game in Godot. Yeah, it's pretty far along. I'm just trying to do some leaderboards with the JSON file. And I don't really know how to use JSON with Godot, and I'm trying to figure it out. Inventory system in Unity. Yeah, it's a similar kind of thing. Are you using your JSON file to hold it or what? I gotta grab my coffee. More of a dictionary list than a JSON file? Were you holding it in an external file, or does Unity just have a way of baking it in?
Hello everyone, my name's Kyle and this is Web Dev Simplified, where we make the web easy to understand and accessible for everyone.
Till the game
In this
saved?
video, I'm going to be going over
Well, then when the game's saved, what kind of file does it create?
JSON, which is one of the most important concepts that you can learn as a programmer or as a web developer. I'm going to be going over what JSON is, why you should know it, and all of the syntax involved with JSON, and at the end of the video, I'm going to go through examples of JSON, so make sure you stick around till the end. JSON, also known as JavaScript Object Notation, is simply a data representation format very similar to XML or YAML. It's used widely across the internet for almost every single API that you will access, as well as for config files in things such as games, in text editors like VS Code, and
Yeah, that's cool. Custom file, it's a little bit easier to make it. JSON is a little bit easier to hack. You have to do like, yeah. But I mean, they're both equally easy to hack. Just JSON is a common format, so people know how to work with it.
many other places throughout programming. It's used because it's extremely light.
But that being said, there's more tools to secure it. So it's like a trade-off, right?
Weight to send back and forth due to its small file size. It's easy to read compared to something like XML, since it's much cleaner and there's not as many opening and closing tags to worry about. And it also integrates very nicely with JavaScript, since JSON is just a superset of JavaScript, which means anything you write in JSON is valid JavaScript. So it integrates nicely with JavaScript, which is used all throughout the web for front end or back end of web applications. Also, almost every single
Yeah, feel free to hang out while you work on your project. That's what most of the people who come to my channel do. They leave it open in alternate tab or whatever.
Major language has some form of library or built-in functionality to parse JSON strings into objects or classes in that language, which makes working with JSON data extremely easy inside of a programming language. Throughout your programming career, you're going to use JSON all the time, whether it's creating an API, consuming an API, or creating config files for you to use or for other people to use for your application. Now that we understand what JSON is and why it's important, let's dive into some of the syntax involved with JSON by starting by talking about the types that JSON can represent. As we know, JSON is a data representation format, so we need to be able to represent certain data types within it. And JSON natively supports strings, numbers, and these numbers can be in any format, whether they're decimal numbers, whole numbers, negative numbers, even scientific notation numbers. It supports booleans, which can be either true or false. It supports null, which essentially stands for nothing, arrays, which can be a list of any of the types that we've talked about, plus the next type, which is the final type of object. An object is the most complex but most used type within JSON, and it allows you to represent values that are key value pairs. So you give it a key and then a value, and that value can be anything of the other types we've talked about. So string, number, boolean, array, null, any of those different types can be the value for a key. So let's dive into an example of how to use JSON inside of a file. The first thing that you need to do is to create a file with the .json extension at the end of it. So that's .json at the end of your file, and that'll create a JSON file. Inside of this JSON file, what you do is you take one of the types that we talked about, and you put that inside of the file. So for example, you could put a string, you could put a number, a boolean, whatever type you want inside of that file, and that's valid JSON. But if all you have is a single string or a single number, it's really not very useful to have a whole file for that single input. So what most of the time when you're working with JSON, you'll have either an array or an object as your top level of your file, and then inside of that array or object, you'll have other values, so it may even have other objects, have other arrays, or even just individual values, just strings or numbers inside of that. So let's take an example of a user object that we would want to put at the top level of our JSON file, which we're going to call user.json. To create an object, we need to use opening and closing curly braces, and then inside of that, we'll put all of the key value pairs that make up our object. And every single one of these key value pairs, the key must be surrounded by double quotes, followed by a colon.
Okay, so it's reading it. So we'll do I can like show the parsed result in the thing. Parsed result plus score data. And then I can go here into the score data and write something random. Right. Just so then I can say score data dot score. I don't even know how to call on an object from a dictionary. I sent you does that. Container. It's a keyless dictionary. Let me look up at it. Right now I'm gonna actually load the data first. So it is loading, I just don't know how to show. Let me just try maybe show this parsed result in here. See what happens.
Here we go.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So I loaded that from my JSON file. Excellent. Now if I want to do a number, right, I have to do score something like that. Okay, cool. So now it saves the key as a string, as parsed data. So now I can use that parsed data to save to show my scores. Okay, so I got the reading part down. That's exciting. That's an accomplishment, man. So now I gotta figure out how. So this on ready loads the JSON file. So this happens when you first turn the game on, but I need to make it so I update the JSON file, and it's going to be similar to this. I wonder how to do this because I'm starting to use like camel case. Maybe I'll just use camel case for JSON stuff. This is gonna do an error. What is the method to convert something to an integer? Convert string to integer. Syntactual problems here. Just to check for null value. That's how we're gonna do it. If it's not null. Very cool. So I can just grab score data. This work?
and then the value for that key. And then if we have multiple key value pairs, we need commas separating every single one of our key value pairs, similarly to how we would create an array in a normal programming language. So for example, if our user has a name, we would surround that name key in double quotes, put a semicolon after it, and then we would put the value of our name inside of double quotes as well, because it's a string and it must be in double quotes. And then at the end of that, we'll put a comma because we have other key value pairs for our user. For example, if we wanted to use a favorite number as another property, we would put favorite number in double quotes, follow it by a semicolon, and then put that user's favorite number. Then, if we wanted to use a boolean, we use a comma, and then another property, we would use isProgrammer as our key, put a colon, and then we would put either true or false with no quotes around it to signify that this is a boolean and not a string. So we would put true or false depending on if that user was a programmer or not. We could then go down and use hobbies as our next key value pair. So put hobbies in double quotes, semicolon, and then to create an array, we use opening and
Hey, what's up, man? Rain Zap. Sure. No, it's more like Pirates in Space, but it's in the style of Vampire Survivor, the game. I'm just kind of working on my JSON file. This is the makings of a leaderboard, which I'm kind of working on now. Here, I'll show you the game real quick. So it's like you start off, you're in the ship, and you shoot the missiles. And then you get upgrades as you go. They occasionally drop experience, and then that gives you upgrades. Where's my upgrades? Poor drop rate. There they are. This is my main gun, the blunderbuss, or and then you see now it's all hitting 2s. Gave me a damage buff. Yeah, this is basically the game. I got some more missiles on the way, and I'm gonna add one more weapon. But this is basically the loop, and it's just a survivor game. You just have to survive as long as you can, and you'll get like a reward. And I'm gonna create a global leaderboard. This is wrong. This is a bug. Or is it? It might not be, actually. I'm not sure. I might have already got the cutlass. Yeah, I must have it already. that's basically the loop right now. I'm setting it up so that the leaderboard will show the high scores locally. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. So I haven't set that up. You know, I'm just putting random values to try to make them show up in the game in the way that I want them to. What time is it? I got like another hour and then I gotta go. But it's going well. Like, I'm really excited. So I can list off the scores in the leaderboard now by doing like additional rich text labels, or I can do just like something like this. And this, you could do this with a loop, but for now I'm just gonna do it manually. Just to get it going. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. What don't you like about my code? Oh, I didn't close it. Gotta close it here. I have to add a plus too. I forget how to make a return. It's like something like that. Should probably just do a for loop here to cycle through the arrays. How do you do a GD script return? Oh, this one right here. It might be in quotes, I don't know. I don't think this is going to work because I don't have enough values. Index 3, yeah, it doesn't exist. Let's just add it to the JSON file for now. Two. Okay. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Okay, so now I don't know, I should probably do this with a loop, but working is working, right? So it's okay. We all have to kind of make conventions here and there. Let's edit the rich text a bit just to make it a little bit more fun. I can increase the font size. Let's double it. This particular I don't see font size. See tab size. Well, there's no okay, here. I did an override to 32. And I can kind of edit this a little bit more. In the code, I can do rich label text equals top scores space, and we can put in these guys. Scrollable, unnecessary. Just make it a little bit taller. Okay, so we go back to 2D view. There we go. Look at that. Bro, this is awesome. Okay, so now I just have to make it so that I input those top scores into this from the array. This is good. This is exciting. Oh shit, crashed. Okay. So now I have to save data from my game. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break. My brain is sore, so I'm gonna take a little break and I'll be back. Away. Hey, Monkey King, are you still there? Be around for a few minutes, yeah. Oh, one more thing. I'll be around for a little bit longer too. Yeah, I saw some RPG Maker Unite last night, and I wasn't really that. You know, honestly, I'm just not interested in it. It just doesn't look really that cool to me. So I don't know. I was watching Zcraze use it, and I mean, I didn't have very high expectations for it to begin with, but I think it even it seems less cool than even I thought it would be. Okay, so I got it, so I'm feeding in, okay, hold on, let me show my screen. It really isn't that cool, sadly, no. It kind of always seemed like a bad idea to me. It's like this mentality that bigger is better. It's like wrong. Like that is not the way the world is. Like good is better is better. Still want to deal with more engines. Yeah, I mean, just do Unity and don't do. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, it just looks like a mess. It had low performance. The exports took forever. Even just doing the play took forever. Every single little thing took forever. And it just didn't seem that cool to me. Okay, so I gotta do a write. So I got the leaderboard now to where this is my score data now, and it's a dictionary that has an array for score, right? And I'll probably add, I don't know, we'll figure it out later. But I mean, I thought MV and MZ are really the best of what RPG Maker has done, so I'm glad that they did it, but as somebody who's made a game with both engines and spent multiple times, I think that they're a good product. They have their problems, but I don't think that RPG Maker Unite is something that the market wanted. There were already tons of RPG plugins that worked with Unity as it was, and I don't know. It's just like I was streaming. Yeah, I was streaming this whole time, bro. Although I was AFK for like a half an hour just now. I'm not going to be streaming too much longer. I'll probably get off in like 10 minutes. Yeah, when I was talking to you, Code, though, I was streaming. I don't know. Maybe I hope maybe they'll make another RPG Maker in like 5 years that is just a better version of MZ. Like, honestly, that's what I want. Like, just keep building upon the MV-MZ thing. That would be great, in my opinion. I'll pay another $80. I don't care. Happily, I'll pay more money for it, you know. It would be even better if I could still work on my MV project on a new engine with more features. That'd be cool. I really like the way you can open MV projects in MZ. I thought that was wonderful. So, okay, so here's my data, and then I was able to access this by looking at. I made this temporarily. I know I should be using a loop, but it's fine for now. So what I have to do is I have to change this and then put this first score on my experience. Which it's not really gonna work right now. I don't think I have enough time to figure that out, but I'll watch the YouTube video kind of about save data that I've been kind of using. And I use the code for the grabbing the data, which works, right? So I've been able to pull data from my JSON file. Now I have to put it back. So I'll watch that video and then I'm gonna go hit the road. Just trying to find it. Oh, maybe I lost that video. I think I did. Maybe I can find it again. This was the guy. So this was the video he made. And this video, even though it's about using the importer tool, the code for pulling in the JSON was really good. Now I just want to... This video is supposed to show you how to upload content.
Or a gradient texture, and those are also all resources.
I'll probably watch it,
now,
and then
obviously,
I'll
I'm going to be
move on.
going over how to create your own resources, which may seem daunting at first, but it's a very powerful system that is actually really important for developing games in Godot. So I'll show you how to do that for save files in this tutorial. We're going to be setting up a system for creating essentially a player save resource that will have all of our game data saved to it, and then we can just save that resource to the disk, load it back up, and have all of our data. I do highly recommend using resources to manage save files. I think I mentioned that in my last tutorial, but if you're deciding between a JSON file or a resource, I would always recommend using the resource file over the JSON file. And this is because it is a lot easier to import into the engine. So instead of importing your entire JSON file as a dictionary and then having to apply values, right, you could essentially just import your player data resource and then everything would already be set up. You'd already have all the methods you'd want, you'd already have all the properties you'd want, and everything would just work instantly.
Yeah,
Another
but then you
benefit
can't take the
on using
JSON file
resources
online.
is they can store sub-resources.
So this isn't even what I wanna
let's
do.
say our player data resource contained an inventory resource, and that inventory resource had different methods inside of it to add or remove items from the inventory. Now, you could call these methods on the resource class, right?
Why can't you take it online?
Which is the inventory.
Because Firebase requires you to use a JSON file. It has like file format restrictions. No. I could use a JSON file. He's trying to get you to use his own like proprietary resource. It's interesting because his language is weird in this video. He's saying like resource versus JSON file, like they're different. Like a JSON isn't a resource, but you know he's just saying Godot's proprietary save information thing. But you can't use the non-JSON one. Resource object, yeah. So I don't really, maybe you can, but I don't really know how to hook that into Firebase or Firestore more specifically.
That resource. And
so
those
JSON does
items
work,
could store
but
things like all their item data, their durability, or something, depending on.
Let's just go to the
folder
code.
down here. We're going to right-click and make a new script. So all of our resources will be. Basically, the basics of.
This is kind of not what I need to know.
In the ready function to verify our saved directories.
Okay, I gotta go catch you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and update my game. Just gonna play it real quick. I'll do this later. I made a lot of progress on the JSON file by being able to pull information from a JSON file. You know, which this is these numbers are from my JSON file, so that's awesome. I'm just gonna play real quick and make sure the game doesn't crash, and then I'm gonna try and upload it. Octobits, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Wow, 12. I'm not gonna be here much longer, so I got like 5 minutes of me. This is a game I made. I'm testing it right now just to see if it breaks. There are a couple bugs I need to address. I'll just shoot you a shout out as soon as I'm done playing. I didn't set up a pause yet. There's no pause in this game. Smooth UI looking great. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna probably upload this to web right now, so you guys can play it after I'm just testing it before I do it. Actually, you know what? I should be testing it in the web mode. Make sure it doesn't blow up. Was it Practical NPC that rated me? Oh, it was. Hey, Practical. I saw Octobits. I thought it was him. Okay. Oh, wow. Well, this is cool. So I'm able to pull in the JSON file and HTML5. I wasn't expecting that. So this is in web. Oh, got some lag. It's okay. Probably needed to load the new resources. I just have to preload them in the future. It's fine. It probably was this missile sprite. So I'm playing in browser. I'm gonna go upload this version to itch right after this. I just want to play it for a little bit, make sure it's not broken. I'm a teacher for an after-school program. Oh, I see a bug. Hold on, let me fix that real quick. You see how that little laser is appearing to my right? It's supposed to start off as invisible. That's why it's spawning there. Okay, it seems like it works enough. I'll upload this version. The Luddy? Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna do the Luddy. Nor can I. This isn't like one of those entertainment streams. It's like co-work stream, you know? Like, I don't really care if people are entertained. Just to hang out and work on your game. Your PC could not handle this stuff? I'm pretty sure it could. I just upgraded my gun. You can see there's a bunch of 2s now. I'm gonna die. Dead. Okay, so I don't have a death animation. The Just Dance is just this. Pizzas arrive? Okay, laters. Okay, so that's good enough. I'm gonna upload that now. So we'll go to project, export, Space Pirates, HTML5, export project. Let's open this in File Manager and delete the existing files so there's no weird conflicts. Save. Oh, I should have. We're gonna send to compressed. Just call it index, and then I'm gonna go upload this in itch.io. Later, guys. Thanks for the follows, Octobiz and Juho Sprite. I'm probably gonna raid somebody too real quick. I gotta go. Who do we got?
Going on right now? What is happening here? I just hit sneak chat. I didn't mean to hit sneak chat, bro.
Okay, so I just am uploading the new version of the game. If you guys want to play it, you can go to here and check it out. And it's working. See who's online. Just kind of going through. Let's do Asher Ash. He's a phenomenal artist and a game developer. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming to my stream. I forgot to hide the bullet on the side. It's okay. Oh, I didn't even realize you guys were doing a boss fight. The heck? You better hurry up and finish the stream. I didn't even know you could activate it. I guess you can do it with the stream avatars panel. Very cool. Well, I'm going to go now. And thank you very much for coming. I'll see y'all later. Thank you for the follows, guys. Thank you for the raid, Practical. Let's do a... Did we do a shout out? I think we did. Do another one. Shout out Practical NPC. And I'll see y'all later. Farewell.
Is that good? No worries. Just Frederick. I await the day with much excitement. Yeah. The Sperry can has a shading setting where you can use multiple colors at a time. Ah, okay, cool.